Happy Tuesday, post-Masters Week in Augusta, Georgia, where the world's eyes were not only watching, but they were here. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. We'll request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of personnel, real estate, and pending and potential litigation.
Commissioner from the 8th.
So moved. Second. Third.
Voting. Voting.
We're back to this again. I'm gonna vote. I can't see, but.
You Sean, unless Sean's probably not.
They only had 2 weeks to get it fixed.
Yeah, I mean. It'll work. Okay.
That motion carries with Ms. McKnight, Mr. Franham, Mr. Clark, and Ms. Scott out.
Attorney, you ready? Yes, sir. All right, we're going to, we got 7, going to the attorney.
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, we request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second. Voting.
Oh, now you got a problem too?
Are you? Okay, well, hold up just a moment, I'll take care of it. Tell me where you going. Yes, okay, we'll post. That motion carries with Mr. Clark out.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes, we have several motions, Mayor Pro Tem. The first motion would be
Wait, just-
a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims of DeQuan Kelly in the aggregate amount of $9,500 payable as follows: Lofton Law Office LLC and DeQuan Kelly. Further authorizing the administrator to disperse this amount, waiving Augusta Code of Ordinances and any other sections in conflict therewith in this instance only and for other purposes.
Second.
voting.
That motion carries.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes, sir, thank you. We request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Wesley M. Stallings in the aggregate amount of $100,000 payable as follows: Brian S. Hawkins, Hawk Law Firm, on behalf of Wesley Stallings, further authorizing the administrator to disperse the amount of $100,000, waiving Augusta, Georgia Code of Ordinances and sections in conflict therewith for this instance only and for other purposes.
second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Mr. Attorney,
Thank you, sir. We request a motion to approve a lease between Augusta, Georgia and the State Property Commission for the property located at 520 Fenwick Street, Augusta, Georgia.
Who is that? Mr. Hassan? Okay, and Mr. Dennis Williams?
voting.
It's unanimous.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes, thank you, sir. We request a motion to rescind the previous appointment of Dr. Hamid Malik as Director of Environmental Services and to approve the appointment of Dr. Malik as Interim Director of Environmental Services effective May 1, 2022, with a salary increase of 15%, and to further task Dr. Malik to immediately begin to develop and to bring back an Environmental Service Department Operation Improvement Plan on the May 31st, 2022 Engineering Services Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Scott,
And Mr. Mason?
Mason.
Ms. McKnight and Mr. Mason?
Yes.
Yes.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Anything else, Mr. Attorney?
No, there's nothing further, Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing further. Ms. Administrator? Ms. Administrator?
Madam Administrator.
Madam? Administrator, is there anything else? No, sir. All right. Public service?
All right, like to call public services to order. Before we get started, I just want to send some thank yous for last week to our engineering and traffic team. They had some challenges with the increased traffic, and just want to thank them. Also want to thank all the Richmond County deputies and surrounding counties that kept all the patrons safe last week, as well as the Chamber, who hosted an awesome red carpet event, and the CVB and the EDA, who brought people from across the state. We were truly, the world was here, and it was a great week, and we're excited to have it back, and we look forward to future years. So I just want to thank all those entities and what they did for this community last week. Ms. Bonner, if we can start with the agenda item number 1, please.
Okay. Ms. Walton? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to ask the alcohol applicant, as I read your item, to come and stand to my right. The first item is a new ownership. Alcohol number 22-20 is a request by Falgabin Patel for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with King Food Mart located at 2177 Broad Street. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Ma'am, if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Falguni Ben Patel, and my store address is 2177 Broad Street, Augusta, Georgia,
Your home address.
and 305 Ashcourt Avenue, Georgia, 30809.
Thank you so much. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
That motion carries.
Agenda item number 2, please.
It's a new applicant, alcohol number 22-22, a request by Jeremy Halls for a consumption on-premise liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Miami Vice LLC located at 730 Broad Street. There will be dance. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Jeremy Halls, 1832 Heathers Way, Augusta, Georgia, 30906.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
There's a lot of alcohol going down in District 1.
Yeah, I see that.
It's going down and dancing.
It's going down.
That motion carries.
Agenda item number 3, please.
7:30.
New location, alcohol number 22-21, a request by In-Sun Kim for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Goshen Grocery located at 1657 Goshen Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Ma'am, please state your name and address for the record. At the mic, please.
My name is In-Sun Kim, living at 408 Bertram Court, Augusta, Georgia, 30909.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Garrett had a question.
Yes, ma'am, this is questions for you. Will you be reopening this grocery store? Is that what this is for? I've gotten a lot of calls about this one.
Actually, I think so, yes.
You
Yes.
think- Okay, so you think so? Okay.
No, I mean, yeah, I am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions? Can I get a motion to approve?
Approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Agenda item number 4, please.
Madam Clerk, I have a correction on the name of the applicant for number 4. The
Yes,
last
ma'am.
name should be Raul, R-A-U-L.
R-A-U-L, Rawl?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
This is a new ownership, alcohol number 22-23, a request by Sheravan Roll for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with North Leg Corner Store located at 2061 Gordon Highway. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Shravan Raul, address 58 Birch River Point, Dallas, Georgia 30132.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Oh, sorry.
Mr.
I
Johnson,
don't know why it's not.
Mr. Johnson. There you go.
He's got it.
Okay.
That motion carries.
Agenda item number 5, please.
Item number 5 is to receive an update from the mayor, code enforcement, and representatives of the Augusta Housing Authority on potential code enforcement issues at Irving Tower's apartment building at 1365 Laney Walker Boulevard.
Okay,
Good
Ms.
afternoon,
Laney.
everyone. I want to allow the Housing Authority and their representatives to speak. We have Mr. Douglas Freeman from the Housing Authority, and if he'll come up, and he also has brought the Housing Authority's attorney and a member of the Urban Towers Board with him, and he'll be available to answer any questions.
Okay, before we get started, who the members of the board or who is in attendance for that?
We have the Deputy Chairman or Vice Chairman, Reverend Kenneth Martin, and Dave Steele is a commissioner.
Gotcha.
With us.
And the current number of board members on that?
There's 6.
6? And we have 2 of 6. Oh, got it.
2 of
Perfect.
6.
Perfect. Okay.
And my name is Chris Cosper here on behalf of the Housing Authority. I'm at 1141 Glen Avenue.
Thank you.
And asked to provide the update as requested by the Public Services Committee at the last meeting. And basically, we want to give you an assurance the Housing Authority is performing its function properly and addressing the concerns of its citizens, and specifically have addressed the concerns of Mr. Joseph Williams that have been raised to this committee. And so just to give a little background, I've watched the prior meetings, and to address some of the questions there. The Housing Authority was formed in 1937. It's the oldest housing authority in the state of Georgia. It's an independent municipal corporation. It's formed through federal enabling legislation to operate with federal money funded through HUD. And then there's a state law that specifically sets out the authorities' duties and obligations of housing authorities throughout the state. The Augusta Housing Authority is the second biggest one in the state. It operates 1,870 units of public housing residences in, I think, 12 or 13 complexes in Augusta, and it operates 4,241 Section 8 units, so serving over 6,000 residents in Augusta. So that the Housing Authority operates using primarily money funded through the federal government through HUD. And through that process, it's annually reviewed by HUD in what's called the Public Housing Assessment System, which includes inspections of the various properties, usually on an annual basis, maybe every 2 years. The Housing Authority is regularly reviewed, has always received passing scores, and most of the time it's designated as a high-performing agency. The Housing Authority, through this process, also goes through annual audits by an accounting firm who specializes in these types of HUD funding programs. And so it has been performing outstanding for as long as anyone can remember. As I mentioned, there are 6 board members. They're appointed by the mayor. There are 5 board members from the city who serve 5-year terms who are presently, the chairman is Dr. Roger Murchison. The vice chairman is Reverend Kenneth Martin here today. We have Patricia Walker, Dr. Carol Jones Yancey, and David Steele, who's here today. There's also a resident commissioner who lives in public housing, also appointed by the mayor, who serves a 1-year term, and that's presently Donald Hill. The Housing Authority holds monthly board meetings open to the public on the 3rd Thursday of the month. And presently, the executive director of the Housing Authority is Jake Oglesby. He's been there 30-plus years. With me today is the deputy executive director, Doug Freeman, who's been there 20-plus years. The leadership team at the Augusta Housing Authority is very experienced. They are leaders in the industry, not just at the Housing Authority. Jake Oglesby serves in leadership positions on various other agencies and boards that deal with public housing and is very well respected in this space. My law firm has represented the Housing Authority longer than anybody can remember. I've been doing the work for 17 years, and the feedback that we receive is that this agency is just outstanding. It's just a leader in this space. To move specifically to Irving Tower, this is a 10-story complex for seniors that was built in 1967. In the past 8 years, the Housing Authority has put over $400,000 into capital improvements to the building. It's presently slated for a complete renovation whenever that's possible. And so the Housing Authority has already engaged an architect who's designed plans for the complete renovation of the building. The project scope was designed to be $10 million. HUD has set a cap of $13.25 million that can be invested into this particular project. Unfortunately, the project estimates based on the architect designs came back at something like $21.5 million. So with that hiccup, the Housing Authority is trying to figure out how to see if they can increase the federal cap, decrease the scope of the project in order to have this renovation done. And so that's all in process, and as soon as the Housing Authority is able, it's going to do a complete renovation of this building. In the meantime, it continues to address any concerns of residents, and this facility undergoes an annual inspection that the Housing Authority engages an outside contractor to perform to inspect every single unit. The last inspection was done in November of 21, and then HUD performs what's called a REAC inspection, generally yearly, and the last one here was 2019. There was a specific resident who was before this body with complaints. Both his prior, he was moved, and I'll explain that, his prior residence was inspected, and his current residence was inspected in November of 21, so less than 4 months ago, or 5 months ago. Both times passed with an independent contractor inspector with no issues noted. In terms of the specific complaints Mr. Williams has raised, I believe they have all been addressed just as promptly as possible and all have been resolved. So as I stand here today, I'm not aware of any outstanding issue that has not been addressed by the Housing Authority. And after reviewing the last commission meeting, I would just want to go through those in specific detail to alleviate any concerns. So the first issue Mr. Williams had was a water leak from an apartment unit upstairs. And so the Housing Authority made immediate efforts to try to address that. They believed they had repaired the leak, but then when it subsequently happened again, the Housing Authority moved Mr. Williams to a different unit, and it moved the occupant of the other residence. That's going to require removing drywall and a renovation. And so right now, those 2 units have been just taken offline, because if they're going to do the complete building renovation, then they don't want to spend those additional funds. So either it will be torn up and renovated individually or in conjunction with the whole apartment complex. But presently, those 2 units are offline. No one's living in them. So then that presumably addressed the water leak issue. There was a question about heater issues. Each time Mr. Williams raised a question, there are maintenance on site who respond daily, the day of the request, to ensure that all heating units in the unit are working. We have work orders. Every time a repair is requested, it goes into the system. A work order is created. Every time maintenance responds, there's a work order generated that shows, and each time any complaints about heating were addressed. To the best of our knowledge, the unit has adequate heating. Additionally, the Housing Authority immediately provided Mr. Williams with a separate independently working space heater in the event that he needed additional heat. I believe those issues are completely resolved. The other issue, which is I think most fundamental that Mr. Williams raised here today or previously, was about the fire systems. He reported that upon pulling the fire alarm, a fire door did not close because it was propped open. Further investigation revealed that was done by a fellow resident on the floor in order to allow her plants to get lights. And so that has been addressed. She's been instructed not to block the fire doors. He also noted that upon pulling the fire alarm when exiting through the stairs, the emergency lighting did not work, and we performed an immediate investigation of that and revealed that there was a ballast unit in that stairwell that was not working that has been replaced. Ordinarily, those things would be caught in an annual inspection, but if they happen between inspections, that perhaps explains why that was there, but that's been addressed. The last issue in terms of fire code that Mr. Williams raised was the response time from the fire department. He indicated he has twice now pulled the fire alarm, the red fire alarm block that you're used to seeing. His testing, I guess, has confirmed that does ring to the fire department, and he complained in the meeting that it took maybe 45 minutes one time and 30 minutes another time. I don't have specific response times, and of course the Housing Authority doesn't control the specific response times. We would be happy to engage in testing or work with the fire department to figure out if those were the actual times or if they can be improved, but I don't think we have an ability today to address the response time of the fire department. The final issue that was addressed is pull cords. Each of the units of the Irving Towers has a specific emergency pull cord in the unit. This is something that was kind of the latest and greatest technology, I believe, in 1967, but is phased out today. There was some time period where a pull cord in a unit would alert EMT or the fire department, and the Housing Authority was forced to abandon that system because the number of pull cords compared to the need for emergency was out of proportion, and so the city EMT and fire department at that time had requested that the pull cord not immediately notify them. So presently the pull cord system lights a light outside of the tenant's unit and also lights a light on the first floor. If Housing Authority personnel are there, which is business hours on the first floor, they can respond, but that's the limitations of the pull cord system. Going forward, I believe that technology is out of date. In a complete renovation, that's likely to be removed from the units, but at present, that's how it operates, and every person who moves into the unit is very clearly informed that that is the limited capacity of the pull cord system. So there's not a mechanism for us at this time to change how that pull cord system works, but in a renovation, it will probably be completely removed from the facility. So that I believe every item I've heard about from Mr. Williams has been addressed. I'm a little disappointed that he's addressing them to this body rather than through work orders or through the system. He has not appeared at a Housing Authority Commission meeting, which are open to the public. And so if there are further complaints, we're happy to address them. And I believe the Housing Authority makes every effort to do that, same day or very promptly to make sure that its residents are very happy. But mostly I want you to be assured the Housing Authority's mission is the same as HUD. And that mission is to provide affordable housing, economic opportunity, and a suitable living environment free from discrimination for all citizens. And so that's what we do. And the Housing Authority is very good at it, and it is providing that service to a lot of citizens. So I hope that is an acceptable response to this body, but I'm happy to answer any more questions or address any concerns.
Okay. Mr. Freeman, would you like to say anything before I turn to my colleagues for questions?
No, sir. I think Mr. Cosper covered the issues quite clearly.
Okay. Commissioner Hassan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may mention, I appreciate you giving us a historical account of the relationship and who's responsible ultimately, as well as the amount of citizens that you is assigned to in Augusta, Richmond County. All that is good information to know. But at the same time, one of the most pressing issues I think Mr. Williams was appealing to us about was about the heating. You did mention that So is the heating control, is it centralized somewhere? Or can he control the heating in his room, in his apartment?
He has a thermostat in his apartment. There's an individual heating unit in each apartment there.
So is it working adequately at this particular time?
Yes, sir. The last time he called for maintenance to come out there, they measured the supply temperature at 100 degrees coming out of the heating unit and a temperature of 80 degrees in his bedroom.
Okay, when was the last time you inspected? Has it been inspected since the last time he was here?
The heating unit?
Yes, the heat, because that was one of the things he complained about. If my memory serves me correct, he was complaining that he was cold, but most surely at night he did not want to leave that space heater because if it catch a fire, he didn't want to, set the building or the complex on fire.
I understand. So his most recent work order was in February. I'd have to pull the specific date. But that was the one where they verified the temperatures in the room and the supply temperature.
Okay. Is all of your tenants also aware, to your attorney's point, he may mention that he was surprised that he was here before us. Are they aware that do they have the liberty to come before the board, the Housing Authority Board, and make complaints without any repercussions?
I can't answer to specifically what everybody knows, but we have had tenants that have come before the board in the past.
Mm-hmm.
We try to resolve issues before they raise to that level, but it has happened upon occasion.
Okay. Well, I don't want to start a war of words, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to just hear from Mr. Williams at a particular time to see the heating issue. I don't want him trying to get evicted because I don't have no place for him to go, But I do, but if he want to speak to that, because he was concerned about that, he pleaded with us for help. But I don't think he'll get evicted because I think we have two board members here, and I think both of them, as well as yourself, are gentlemen of distinction, and they do allow people to complain freely, and even if they disagree with them. So I hope there won't be any repercussions if he want to say something in that regard, because he could very well be satisfied at this point. Mr. Chairman, is that fine with you, sir?
That's fine.
Thank you, sir.
I think all the information we can share here. Let's get to the bottom of it. Sir, please state your name and address for the record one more time.
My name is Joseph Williams. I live 1365 Laney Walker Boulevard, apartment 210. The problem I had, I talked to the manager about it, about the cold in that apartment. The window shower, when the wind blow, the whole window felt like want to fall out. Then I've been in the apartment. If I wasn't home one day, left the heat on, my heater started smoking. That's why I don't leave no heat on. In that back room on in, don't get no heat back there. That little hole y'all got in the wall, they don't bring no heat back there. That little electric heater she get, if I plug it up, then if I go to sleep, I got to unplug it. Because if I leave it on there, they're going to probably catch fire. Because I can't get out that window. I'm not happy with it because it's cold in that apartment. It's cold in that apartment. It's so cold in that apartment, it's warming outside. Be warming outside in my apartment.
And sir, have you addressed this to the board or anyone?
On there, I called maintenance. I called Freeman Dunn or son. He over maintenance. They come out there, did something talking about caulking the window. You can't caulk the window because the window slide back and the window come down. The whole window shake. You can't caulk it. Now go to the manager. Just let me talk to the door or the floor because she ain't gonna do nothing. I'm stuck with a rock and a heartbeat. The cold in that apartment.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just
Yes.
asked, when is your next meeting?
It should be the third Thursday of the month. We're not having a board meeting this month, but we will next month.
Well, is it asking too much for somebody to go to his apartment, just to check and see what his concerns are there?
Yes, sir. We've done that in the past, and we can do it again. We have the work orders where we went and what was found and what was repaired in his apartment.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other question for Mr. Humphries? Okay. Commissioner Mason, then Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
You're good, Mr. Humphries.
And,
Thank you.
For coming down. It very well could be a educational issue, number one, and then I'll get to number two. The educational issue that I'm referencing is that even some commissioners up here on this dais were a little surprised that our own city and code enforcement was not able to do inspections. So it would not be beyond measure to think that the resident wouldn't believe that that would come to a commission to try to rectify. Now, I don't know what educational training, if any, that you give, or handouts that may go out, or meetings that may be had with the tenants to talk about your proper procedures and protocol, but that may be something that would be beneficial because, again, it wouldn't be beyond measure for someone to think that they would come to the commission because, generally speaking, most people that I've come in contact with think, right, wrong, or indifferent, that the commission can do anything and everything, is in charge of anything and everything. And we know that that is not the case. But again, if we can have commissioners up here who were surprised that our own code enforcement do not, right here residing within Richmond County, and they don't have any authority, then it certainly wouldn't be unheard of to think that a resident would not feel the same way. So certainly we don't want anyone to use that as a tool against anyone in terms of why did they come or why. Well, it's America, number one, and people have the right to do what they want to do, and we'll address that appropriately. However, at the same time, perhaps some educational training or meetings with residents in terms of what your protocols are would be helpful. That's number one. Number two, there are other issues that have been brought up, not just by Mr. Williams himself, but by others. And so I have a couple series of questions for you. Either one of you can answer or both. How many residents, well, let me change that. How many apartments are in Irving Towers?
There are 150 apartments in Irving Towers.
150 apartments. How many elevators?
Currently, there are 2 elevators.
Sometimes they're closed down when people are moving in and out. One of them?
That has happened, yes, sir.
Yes. And I'm not sure from the fire department standpoint and who inspects that. Who inspects the elevators?
The state, I believe the state inspects elevators.
Okay. All right. Excuse me? Okay, state inspects the elevators. Okay, so do you happen to know when the last inspection was on the elevator?
Not off the top of my head, sir, but we keep that posted in the building.
Okay, so that's something that that we want to look at. And when you mentioned the word suitable, well, that wasn't you, that was the other gentleman. When you mentioned the word suitable housing, now I'm not sure what you're classifying or what the definition of that is by your definition or by the state's definition or whomever's definition. What I would ask you, have either one of you personally been in the apartments in Irving Towers, or both?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is that something that you would live in?
Yes, sir, if I had to, I would.
If you had to, so, and you would consider that to be suitable?
I'm not sure where you're going with the
Well, I'm just asking a question.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and yourself as well?
I have been there, and I would find them to be suitable.
To be suitable, okay.
Suitable is a mission statement word that
Right.
from HUD, I believe.
So right.
It wasn't a word I selected, and I
Right,
apologize.
right. Part of what I'm getting at. And so your demographics in Irving Towers is what? How do you, what percentage do you have as far as your demographics?
I did not bring that information with me, sir. Sorry.
Didn't bring it. Okay. All right. That's all I have at this point.
Okay.
Clearly, we're.
Yeah, I think we got to hear from
Yeah.
Director Delaney here in just a minute, but Commissioner Johnson and then Commissioner Dennis Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a series of questions as well. I grew up in public housing, so I definitely understand what you mean by suitable. And in most cases, these units are not suitable at all
Exactly.
by any
I've been there.
means necessary. I grew up in Dogwood Terrace. I couldn't wait to get out of there. My family also lived in Delta Manor, which is Oak Point now. Same situation. But I'm going to move off of the suitable comment and move more so into this conversation that we're having about renovations. We said that there's renovations on the forefront, which is good. But what is your plan to manage, maintenance requests up until these renovations? And I asked that question because on Broad Street, you have the Richmond Summit. Up on Walton Way, you have the Bonaire Apartments. Out on Millersville Road, you have Azalea Park. And every time we've asked folks about maintenance, they always say, well, we're waiting on renovations to start. In the meantime, folks still got to live in these apartments. Folks still got to find a suitable way of living. They have got to find something. Folks shouldn't be living in certain conditions. And so I'm going to back up a little and just try to get an answer here. What is your plan between now and when these renovations start? We know with HUD, that can be now until whenever. But what are your plans between now and then to answer these service requests? Because I have pictures here. I'm not sure if you've seen them. I took the liberty to take some and to receive some, and these are maintenance requests. If you hadn't seen them, take a look at them. These are maintenance requests that could be taken care of before renovations are happening. So what is your timeline? Because it's very frustrating to me, and I'm sure to my colleagues as well, when you have people coming up here asking for something as simple as quality of life, and they come to us because that's the only avenue. So what is your plan?
Yes, sir. So we continue to maintain all apartments up until the time that they are vacated for renovations. So there's no hold on maintenance. We don't stop doing anything unless the unit is unoccupied. So for example, the unit where Mr. Williams transferred out of, we're not currently actively working on repairing that leak because it was coming from the upstairs apartment. Both of those units are currently vacant. So we're not going to spend the money to repair those, but nobody's living in those units and won't until those units are done.
So in the event that someone wants to leave the complex has gotten to the point, and this is not just Irvine, we're talking across the board. If someone wants to leave one complex and go to another, what's your process for that?
So we have a written transfer policy, and that anybody can request a transfer at any time. However, there are some priorities that are put in place. Transfers that are for the need of the agency. For example, when we begin renovations at Irving Towers, we'll have to transfer people to free up those units. That's one of the highest priorities. Medical concerns are either the number one or number two priority on there. There's about 4 or 5 priorities. Finally, is just because somebody would like to move somewhere different is the lowest priority on there.
Understood. And I'm going to pass it back to you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just leave with this final thought here, is that we do not intend to bring you before the commission to call you to the carpet. So please don't take it as that. We're coming to the commission because across the county, we have received complaints from many people about their living conditions. And it is becoming, in my mind, something that we need to get a hold on rather quickly. And our hope is to be able to partner with the Housing Authority as much as we possibly can. And that includes coming before the commission when we ask. It includes answering calls, answering emails, and doing everything that we can to help the folks living in these apartments. My colleague asked about demographics. I don't know the specific number, but I'm quite positive that it's a majority African-American population that's low income. And that's probably across all of your facilities. We have got to do a better job with helping people live in good quality. And whatever that takes. I know we have a lot of, barriers to that, but let's work to try to help folks like Mr. Williams and Mr. Williams, other folks who are coming before us, because absent of your institution, what else do we have out here? And the answer is nothing. And so I hope that this conversation would start a better conversation about how to better serve folks who have no other avenue. You say you would live there, but the fact is you wouldn't, because when I lived there, I didn't want to. And I'm sure if they didn't have to, they wouldn't either. So let's do a better job. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dennis Williams.
Yes, Mr.
Can you pull your microphone up, please, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have just a question.
Sure.
The apartments at Irving Tower, are they central heating?
They have what are called PTAC units, which is a through-the-wall air conditioning and heating unit, similar to what you would see in a hotel.
Okay, but it wouldn't be considered a space heater?
The primary heat and air is not a space heater, no, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Before we call up Director Laney, I would like to call up Chief Burton, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, sir. I think this is an important conversation. As you are the only entity that can inspect these properties, number one, are they on a form of schedule to get inspected, or do you just inspect them reactively, or kind of explain to the body what the mechanism of going into these facilities are and how often?
Sure, Commissioner, and thank you for the question. We not only inspect them annually, but whenever the need arises. So that can be through complaint, that could be through request, but definitely annually.
Okay. All right. Does any colleagues have any questions before we bring up Director Delaney?
Could I make one more statement?
Oh, hold on just a second. Mayor Pro Tem Williams.
How do they get the complaints?
Yeah, okay. Well, you can ask him. How do you get your complaints from the residents?
By phone call mostly, emails, just however they can reach us. The inspectors are out in the community daily, and so they're often seen, but we receive complaints, like I mentioned, by phone or by email quite often.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to follow?
Well, I was just thinking that's a good thing, but I don't know if all citizens know that they can just call the fire department. They probably try to go some other way. So I know they probably don't want to put that out there. If you got a complaint, just call the fire department. But
It's important for us to have a system in which we can receive those complaints and respond to them. And so our fire marshal's office is tasked with those inspections as well as responding to any complaints.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, Chris.
I just wanted to respond to Mr. Johnson and just say I appreciate all your concerns, and we've been reading about that, and I appreciate that that's an issue, and that is the mission of the Housing Authority, to do exactly what you're describing. And so I think the Housing Authority welcomes the encouragement and would welcome the opportunity to participate in all that, and that is the same goal we have. And I was just asked to point out that there was 3 apartments mentioned: Azalea, Bon Air, and Richmond Summit, and just wanted to make clear for this body that the Housing Authority does not operate those facilities. So that's not what we're here talking about today. So just want to make that record clear.
Gotcha. Okay, and I'm just going to ask this question again. The status of the renovation remodel, you say there's a gap in funding. Like, what is that timeline? Is there any estimate?
I don't have a definitive estimate, and anything I would give you right now would be a guess, because we're dependent on HUD on approving a waiver for that total development cost that Mr. Cosper mentioned, as well as we're working with the architect to redesign the scope of work for us. Just to address one of the other comments on that, one of the things that we have in that plan is to add a 3rd freight elevator specifically for move-ins, move-outs, just like we did at Peabody Apartments when that one was renovated.
And at the point that you start the remodel renovations, whatever you want to call it, the residents would have to leave, correct? That area?
We're working that out, but at least the area that we're working in. So when we did Peabody Apartments, which is a similar construction but larger, we did it on a floor-by-floor basis. We started by emptying the top 2 floors, and then we leapfrogged and gave a new floor to the contractor. As each floor was ready, we'd move residents into the new floor, move residents out of the old floor, and keep assigning floors like that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson, did you want to say?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to just clarify. I was aware that those properties are under the Housing Authority, but some of the explanations that you all gave were some of the same that they gave, and it's just my personal opinion that none of those explanations were adequate. So I only brought them up for that purpose. But thank y'all for coming before us today, and I just want to make a motion to receive this as information.
Hold on. We're not done yet.
I'm sorry.
Director Delaney.
Sorry.
If we can have you come forward, please, and just kind of, yeah. Any updates or anything that, you've heard, kind of where, just updating the commission on anything else?
Well, in summary, we have a good relationship with the Housing Authority. We also, Chief Burton has reached out to me. He's going to work with us in the code enforcement to work on some of the apartment issues that have come before us. So I would say the lines of communication are going well. We're making progress, and new ideas are coming on how to approach it. So we'll keep you posted.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Motion to receive as information.
Second. All right. Got a motion, second. Voting, please. Thank you all for speaking and coming forward today.
Thank you for having us.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 6, please.
Item number 6, presentation by Mr. Larry L. McCord requesting Richmond County to update existing DHR manual for an on-site sewer management system from 1992 to the new state DHR manual.
Is Mr. McCord in?
Is he here?
Okay, just let everyone know that the department has been put everything in motion, and this project is moving forward. So just let everyone know that this has been addressed by all departments. So thank you. Can I get a motion to receive? Well, I guess we'll just move on to number 7. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please, on number 7 to approve the minutes.
Unanimous.
Thank you, committee. That concludes public services.
Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to finance.
Ms. Bonner, are we ready to start engineering?
We are.
I'd like to call engineering to order, please. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
Just trying to make sure that my committee members aren't wandering away.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Bonner and members of the committee, I'd like to consent items 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8, if there are no objections. Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, what about number 7?
We can add number 7 if that is the will of the committee.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. Mr. Son.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's unanimous.
All right, we will start with number 5.
Okay. Item number 5 is to receive an update from the engineering department regarding possible solutions to damages to residents' properties in the area of John C. Calhoun Expressway due to drainage issues.
Thank you. I think Director Malik is here to speak towards this.
He's going to do a presentation. Would you still like hard copies?
I have some. If the members of the committee would like them, that's. And this is a follow-up from a previous conversation from a month or so ago that was raised by some residents in the area. They're in the front row.
Good afternoon. So engineering department, in fact, did extensive work in this area last year. Commissioner Jordan Johnson request, and I myself visited this area multiple times, walked through that. There is a drainage ditch at the rear lot area that catch the water from both sides. And then there's a storm structure in the middle, and that drains to the other system. And now, in our opinion, engineering, there's two. One is the short-term solution, and another is the long-term solution. So short-term solution is continuous cleanup and maintenance of the drainage ditch, which we've been doing frequently on this. And that's what I'm going to show to the committee. So the first page one is the photos that was cleaned up in March on that, and you can see that ditch is functioning very well, and there's no overtopping of the ditch on that. Then the page two is the structure that's in the middle of the ditch, with all the water goes into that structure, and then it goes to a storm system somewhere. We are working on that to see exactly where that line is. There is a nearby 60-inch brick sewer, which is 100-year old system, and that's my professional judgment is probably is going to that way, but we're working on that. But really I want to show is the next picture, which is April 5th. That was Tuesday, around 6 p.m. So that was a good opportunity for me to go out and see, that time. Actually, we got about an inch of rain, but we actually have rain all day long, so there was roughly an inch and a half to 2 inches of rain in that area. So that gave me a very good idea of what was going on here. So the picture on the left, top left, is where the 8th Street and the John C. Calhoun ramp is. So the water can run along the curves, goes into the grass area, and then the picture on the bottom right, where it's going through the grass area, and then it gets into that ditch. So the next page, which is page 4, where all the water was going that time, when it was heavy downpour, we have around 1.5 inches to 2 inches of rain. The ditch was kind of half full. The leaves in the ditch that you can see in the photo is actually, those are the leaves that happened because of the rain that was happening on that side, but the ditch was still functioning on that. I didn't see any overtopping, it was like a half full. And the next page is really just to kind of show you that the data about the rain that we got that day. That was around 6 p.m., so it was 1 inch around that time, but collectively it's around 2 inches of rain that day we got. And then the last is on 6, where we went back, engineering maintenance went back and cleaned up whatever the buildup was. So we do have hot spots in the city, and that's our maintenance plan. During the bad weather, all that, we actually go and check and clean those up. So we put this area also on our hot spot, so we're going to be checking frequently on that. So that's the proposed plan right now. The long term really is that we can put it on the next plots to study this whole area and improve the system, this whole area.
Thank you. So I know you said there's a short-term solution, a long-term solution. The long-term solution being diverting the water to the other side of the road. If we find the funds to allocate towards that project, what is your timeline on that?
So we find the fund, probably we can get study assessment completed, design this year, so we can go construction probably mid of next year, 2023.
What that
project cost would be?
Given the other projects, we're just doing East Augusta right now, and that project was $6 million. This probably is a smaller project, so still it'll be somewhere around $2 to $3 million.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Blee, for bringing this back. You mentioned that this is going to be on your hot spots. How frequently do y'all go out to your hot spot areas?
We going frequently. We can get out in an hour or so.
I mean, like on schedule wise.
Right now, as I showed, we just went back in March. We did in March. We went back twice this month actually because we have rain on that. So, yeah. Okay. And we will encourage residents if they see something, they can always call us and we will get out.
As far as the damage that the rain has caused to the folks on Ellis Street, what assistance are you able to provide them as far as damages to because of this, other than just cleaning the drains? I think this may be something that you might need to just talk to them about individually. But I mean, let's keep that in mind, like, because the big thing here is that the rain has caused damages to their properties that, you know, is now causing them to be dropped from their homeowners insurance for some reason. But, you know, I think it's worth the conversation with you and maybe someone from your office and the residents, so that they don't have to keep coming before the commission about it. We can just perhaps solve this without coming back before this body. But I do like that you've added this to the hot spot, the list of you know, frequent maintenance. And certainly we're going to try to find some money to get something done here. But maybe you should talk to the homeowners here, somebody, maybe yourself or maybe someone in your office, to figure out what kind of assistance can they get, because not only are we now facing the issue with the rain and the drainage, we're facing the issue with their personal lives now, their personal assets. So I just want to encourage you to connect with Ms. Johnson and Ms. Collins and Michelle and see what can be done.
Yes, sir. And you know, made multiple attempts to contact the residents, and we were not able to contact. But
good thing is they're right
continue.
here on the front row, so we won't have that problem today, right? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Is there any other comments? Did the residents want to make any comments towards progress that's been made? All right. There was.
Here. I'm Michelle Franklin. Lois Johnson is my mother.
Can you state your address for the record, please?
You can use 1912 Ellis Street. She owns 5 properties on it.
No, I understand. It's just part of the procedure.
Okay. Right at last commissioner's meeting, there was a guy, it wasn't him, he was an older white guy with white hair. I observed him. I had just dropped my daughter off at ARC, walking out of my mom's yard. And I stopped and I was like, are you looking for someone? And he said, oh, the resident. I said, you don't know her name? And he said, no. I said, well, what are you looking for her for? He was like, oh, I just wanted to observe the property. I was like, well, she owns a shop right around the corner. Matter of fact, here's her name. Here's her number. I called her from my phone and said, hey, they're out here. Did they contact you? He didn't know her name. He said he actually left the paperwork on his desk. So I don't know what attempts they've been making to try to contact anybody, because everybody's ready to move forward and proceed. We're an open book, but don't come in here and make false statements about us, because we're actively ready.
Yeah, make sure you get with Dr. Malik and make sure everybody has contact numbers. Okay. Well, if there's no further discussion, then we'll receive this as information.
Without objection.
Oh, I'm not objecting.
Okay, that would take us to item number 9, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 9 is to receive and consider implementation of the recommendations for the Augusta landfill rate study and a proposed adjustment to fee structure accordingly.
Yep. Can we get y'all to step out into the lobby, please? Yeah, you're good. You're good. All right, I think we have a presentation from Director Strayer and someone from Geosyntec.
Yes, sir, just to refresh your memory. So you asked us to do a rate study to look at the landfill fees and the residential collection assessment and to see if those funds were sustainable and you wanted staff to provide feedback on that. And so we projected the cost for the next 5 years, some of the deferred maintenance items at the landfill, capital equipment purchases, capital expansions, cart replacement schedule, and inflation, and brought those numbers to Geosyntec. And so Bill Gaffigan is an expert in the field and reviewed those numbers and has a report. We're not asking you to make any decisions today. It's just to receive the information and have some questions, and we'll bring it back at a later time. Bill Gaffigan.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Gaffigan, and I'm visiting from Atlanta. I'm glad to be invited to be before you again today. I've spoke on multiple times over the last 5 years on certain topics. So we were engaged by Environmental Services to take a look at the current cost structure as well for operating expenses for capital and the current rate structure. We were before the commission in July of 2021 to discuss the findings of a rate study, and the matter was for Fund 542, which is waste collection, which handles the residential collection. We were talking about the fee that's charged to residents that is applied to their annual property tax. And secondly, Fund 541, which is the landfill disposal rate, which is charged to the users of the landfill, private haulers, as well as to the residents through Fund 542 for the residential disposal under the city's collection program. We're a national environmental engineering firm. I'm out of Atlanta, Georgia. I've got family locally. And besides engineers and scientists, my background is accounting, finance, and I've worked for the large waste companies and deal with small municipalities and larger municipalities like yourselves across the United States. What we had reported in 2021 was that, number one, Augusta had been successful in holding the fees with no increase to residents and no increase to users for over 10 years. Congratulations, that's no small accomplishment. It's extremely significant. Number two, inflation has grown. Back in 2012 to 2019, the increases were 1 or 2%. During COVID, they increased to 4 or 5%. Now we're looking at 7 to 9. Today, the latest report that came out was saying that prices had gone up 8.5%. Number three was that there had been deferred spending on capital items that included equipment, carts, but also earthwork and erosion and control, as well as closure at the landfill. In addition to that, we looked at what the value of the reserves were at the landfill also for collections, and our recommendation was that they were not at the recommended level. So our major recommendations back in July were, number one, increase long-term reserves for the landfill. Number two, explore both cost savings as well as revenue increases. Three, take a look at the policy with respect to how the rates are applied and address the deferred capital for the landfill. For the collections for 542, look at adjusting rates regularly and look at the increase to the cash reserves. Since last July, we've been involved with the following. Number one, we conducted in-depth technical studies of the landfill needs. We have been to the landfill multiple times. Myself, as well as engineers, taking a look at the build-out going back to 2006, what had been done, what had been spent, and what needed to be done going forward. Looking at the financial statements and the activities, the services provided for both collection and hauling. And at the landfill, Blue Ridge Consultants has been brought in, a firm from the West Coast that is to bring best management practices associated with the landfill operations. In addition to that, we consulted with staff at ESD. We've worked with Dr. Malik, as well as communicated with the finance department, and we've developed conclusions. There's projected significant shortfalls for funding in 542 collections, as well as the disposal landfill going forward over the next 5 to 7 years. And the shortfalls can be addressed with a combination of recommendations. Number one, adjustment of rates to keep up with increasing costs. Two, add funding for accelerated demolition of vacant homes. Looking at borrowing for capital improvements in landfill infrastructure. Look at eliminating discounts at the landfill to promote a level playing field with the haulers. 5, implement annual inflation adjustments. And 6, implement best management practice to reduce the costs associated with providing that service. So with respect to 542, since 2012 to the current time, the rate charged annually to property owners for residential is $310.50 for larger carts and $232.88 for smaller. And our recommendation is to move that to $400 and $320 respectively. This increase is not insignificant at all. It's $89.50. It's $750 a month. This covers 80% of that amount, or that amount that's spent under collections deals directly with the garbage, yard waste, recycling, and bulky waste. And in addition to that, this funds the blight eradication programs, including demolition of vacant homes, the mowing and lot cleaning, and illegal dumping. We've added as an option that there could be $1 added per month or $12 a year associated to increase the amount of spending, which is approximately $1.5 million associated with that blight maintenance. With respect to 541, disposal and landfill, there's a larger menu of rates associated with it. Number one, MSW being common trash, municipal solid waste. The base rate's currently $31.50. We're proposing a change of $6. There was a beneficial waste rate that was for soil and clays. We're suggesting that be eliminated. There is currently a nonprofit rate at $24.95 and certain other types of waste. The proposed change, our approach was to apply it across the board, prior rate, proposed change. In addition to the rate itself, there's also the state requires a fee that we have here labeled as EPA fee of 75 cents per ton, and then there's a charge of environmental fee that ESD provides. In addition to the cost of operations, which is both the yellow equipment, a landfill really is a 100-year construction project that is highly engineered to manage the waste, the water, the gas that comes off of it. The fund contributes approximately $1.5 million to the general fund for other projects from this business-like fund. As part of our recommendations, as part of the rates, there's published volume discounts that are available to any hauler that has the volumes. And there's a breakout that you see here at this table. And we're proposing increasing the rates associated with them. Some of the issues surrounding this is that there's really only 2 haulers currently in the market as of 2022 who have sufficient volume to receive discounts. Both those haulers have additional discounts that are tied to the residential collection contracts and other letter agreements with Augusta. Over time, it appears that there have been requests and letters and negotiations, all separate, that collectively have led to additional discounts. As the result of these discounts, the Augusta's residential volume pays approximately $10 more than the discounted rate offered to the large volume haulers. If rates are increased, an expectation is that there's going to be a response from the large haulers. In 2021, a representative from Waste Management had stated in writing that they would pull their considerable volume.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. It's a lot of information.
Yes.
And this is just a suggestion that we have a workshop to look at this. That's just a suggestion. This is a lot of information, and you're talking about rate hikes, and so I just suggest a workshop.
Well, once again, we're not making a decision today. This is just an update from this study they were done, and I'm sure there's going to be many more discussions before any decisions made on this.
Yes, sir.
Carry on, sir.
Sure. Sure. So at that time, Waste Management was highly sensitive to any discussion of in that case, there was a liquidated damages associated with a collection, and so the point being that there could be a reaction from the marketplace that would be unfavorable if there was a price increase, which needs to be considered. When it comes to 541, it's a large construction project. It's got equipment. We're recommending that we take a look at equipment financing, which is already a policy that has been followed by ESD as well as finance on a case-by-case basis, and also based on the level of need, look at a potential bond, which would have to be evaluated further before we would complete that recommendation. But so as we were looking at the modeling, what we were looking at is the cash coming in, cash going out, how much is in reserves, and based on this, our analysis was based on that rate changes that were implemented by 2023. There's going to be a lead time required if there's changes made. Today, we've got the presentation. We're looking at coming back and providing refinements, having question and answer in a workshop or any other format that is the best way to present the information. There is a lot of it. And then we would look at coming back after that time in the June, July timeframe to ask for a vote on the direction. So to sum it up, 2012 to currently, there has not been a rate change with respect to the collection of garbage. That's recycling, bulk items, yard waste. Now 2022, 10 years later, with inflation, we're probably 25 to 30% higher costs associated than that over that same time frame. At the landfill, highly capital intensive, same situation, except we're dealing with a rate structure that hasn't been increased and discounts that have been applied. Thank you very much.
Well, I have some questions, and I think quite a few of my colleagues will as well. You're the same one that came and gave us a presentation about a year ago, told us there was a surplus, but I don't think there was a full understanding of what you were looking at.
Sure.
So hopefully this is a better model of what you presented to us a year ago. But, you know, you mentioned inflation quite a few times. In your modeling, what is your catalyst for when inflation does settle back to a more normal, you know, the normal 2 to 3% that we're used to? Is there a mechanism to reduce rates?
So we had 2025 as when we believe, based on the mainline forecast of when inflation would return to approximately 2.5% from the higher rates expected for at least 2 years. And of course, this is debatable. You know, we got the report today. The last two reports were 7 to 8.5% for inflation. There's been an increase in interest rates to start pumping the brakes on that to try to affect inflation. Nobody expects anything to get down to the normal levels for anywhere near 24 months. So we don't expect it to happen. The expectation was whatever rate increase was going to be put in place was going to be put in place for a period of time. We would not need a rate increase this size if it was going to be adjusted by inflation annually. The assumption here was it probably wouldn't be touched again for at least 5 years. And it could be reduced at that time, stay the same, or go up.
Okay. So, you know, just looking at the two different funds that we were discussing,
Yeah.
you know, it looks like the $310 that most of our residents are charged yearly for their trash collection, you know, it funds trash collection as well as some of the other things that get done throughout the landfill does for some reason or not, you know, blight and lot clearing. But anyway, that's another conversation for another day. But looking at all the information that you did, all the data, is there an operational issue at the landfill that is causing a need for such a drastic raise in the cost to our residents?
So the answer is at the operations level, like the day-to-day people and equipment, the answer is that's part of it, but only that's a smaller part of it. So for example, if we were to look back from 2015 to 2020, there was approximately 1.5 million that was a net positive that came off operations. and that was put into reserve. And what that looked like is that there was a net between equipment that was purchased and money. If you look at that same period, there's been $5 million spent last year and $6.5 million to close a portion of it. So if we say there was $8.5 million that was generated, 1.5 times the 5 years, and you subtract the $11.5 million, it would have been less than break even on a cash flow basis during that 2015 to 2020 period. So and the major items, the 11.5 is not a daily operational. It's the requirements of the state, the requirements nationally.
But isn't there a fund already set aside for the closing of cells?
It's the same. I mean, there's a cash amount that the fund has, which was $31.5 million at the end of 2021. All right, and so the answer to your question is there a specific amount that's set aside that nothing else can be done with? The answer is no. Is there a liability that's realized that says there's $33 million that's going to be required over a period of time to pay that down? The answer is yes.
Gotcha. All right, so you mentioned some of the problems with the haulers and different things. Are haulers asking for an increase? I know we just went through new contracts in the last 2 years with all of our major haulers. So
every single year since this was implemented, the haulers have come forward and asked for a CPI increase. So, for example, Waste Management had sent a letter recently. Their increase, the inflation was 9.5. They statutorily can only, based on the agreement, can ask for 4%. So every year that ticked up for both haulers.
Gotcha. All righty. And would you recommend any recycling changes to the way that we collect recycling? Would that affect anything?
Would that affect anything? If we would go back and change the contract, so if we change the way we recycle right now, the recycling activity is baked into the number going back to the original contract in 2012, 2014. So you could make changes, but it comes down to what is your supplier doing, your vendor doing associated with that.
Commissioner Hassan, you have some questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. What's your name again, sir? Gaffigan. Gaffigan. Can you go back to the slide where you had on the landfill, the disposal, landfill disposal? Commissioner, I need you to hit this one. Mr. Commissioner Mason.
This one or?
Okay. No. Okay. I think I'm going to try to start short then and try to stretch it out. When you look at these rates here that you're mentioning, that we should consider going up, by $6 or what have you, did you go back to 2018, previously when one of the previous directors, who is now working for one of the primes, what we were getting at that time, and then they brought us what would be a good deal if we can get away a significant volume. What did we lose as a result of buying into that philosophy? And are we trying to get back to where we were at that particular time, or are you trying to take us to a better place? Now, I know the 3950 is much higher. You're trying to get us to another place now. But do you have any idea of what we lost by buying into the philosophy that was sold to us when the director was exiting the premises?
So here's my reinterpretation of your question. There have been published discounts, which I have here on the screen. And what it said was that if you had a $3 discount if you had more than 2,000 tons in a month. So this was a schedule that was available for anyone. There were requests in 2019 when that director was leaving to entertain additional discounts negotiated for additional volumes. So I think that it's a policy issue. One side could argue that says, all right, you have this anchor tenant, And that anchor tenant, the larger, if you had a utility, if an industrial customer came, you might say, well, that's going to be a large user of that industrial electricity or gas. We're going to provide a discount because they have large volumes. That could be one approach. Another approach could be that this is a marketplace where it's the only landfill for at least 60 miles and probably 90 miles. And so there, if you wanted to, for additional waste to come, you might have to provide a disposal discount for the transportation aspect of it. And then finally, you might say, well, I don't think that anybody should have a lower price than, we should have a level playing field with the prices because we're the only landfill. We're not in the business of volume. We're in the business of providing a necessary service at a cost that makes sense. So what I would say is that the cost of the discounts above what has been published for years is now approximately $1.2 million.
Okay. So my next question is, in our overall contract with the haulers, do you recommend, because one of them has been renewed and one has not, do you recommend us leaving in the contracts going forward the ability to say, hey, if we was to go up on the price, even though they're asking for, as you just mentioned, they're asking increase in CPIs, but we don't have the same right to go up increase in fees. So do we need to do something about that in terms of the contract itself? Especially when we're in extension periods. So we're not violating this of the contracts. The contracts now is operating on extensions. Right. So should we remove that from the contract?
All right, so your question is that the contractor has the ability to ask for a price increase each year.
Right.
To provide the collection service.
Exactly.
And provided in one of the contracts, it said there's discounts that would be available to you. Should that discount have been indexed so that it costs less going forward because of inflation?
Well, not quite that. You know, we realize, because it's not necessarily in the contract. I think if you've read the contract, and I haven't read it in a couple of years, but I have read it before. What the contract, in essence, it gives a director of environmental service that has enormous power, enormous power. That's why I think in here you may have, and please don't let me misquote you here, misrepresent your position, and that is, you have letters that you say of agreements and stuff that they could have sat down with haulers, and that's no reflection of our current director and me saying this, so please let me be mindful of that. That they can go in and sit down with the haulers and they can just arbitrarily make changes in their agreements without even coming back to the commission. That's how powerful that position is with that contract. So that's why I said to my colleagues, you need to reel that contract in and look at that contract again, because that director is an all-powerful individual in that contract. You need to look at I'm not finished there. So my question was, and you might have just said it and I might have misunderstood you, and I apologize. You said they can come to us and ask us for a CPI, an annual increase, but we don't have the same ability to increase our fees on them without them threatening to take the waste somewhere else. Is that fair to us?
I think it's a fair question. The contract does say that they can have price increases based on CPI.
CPI.
And there were two contracts back in 2014, one of them to advanced disposal, which was inherited to waste management. And in that, there was a discount that was negotiated. I'm not sure why, but it was in there. There was a second contract with the second firm that did not have that same discount. And this was the genesis of the discounts. So what took place was the second party found that the first party had a discount and asked why we want the same one, which led to some other requests by other haulers and back to the heart of your question, I think that it comes down to a policy issue of pricing. So should you have the ability to raise a price in any given year? The answer is yes. Should the director unilaterally have the ability? I don't believe I don't know that was specifically true. I thought the administrator was signing off on any letters, and in some cases, some other parties may have signed off on the letters. Not every single one, but some of the ones I saw that they had been executed historically.
I noticed you didn't say commission. That was my point. I noticed you didn't say commission, and that was my point. And I'm gonna leave it alone, Mr. because you the only, and that's all I'm saying to my colleagues. I probably won't be here, but I will tell you, we won't. If you don't do this, I would not. I'm just gonna say for the record, I would not give an extension on the other contract. I definitely would not do that. I would also look at that contract and reel it in from some of the authority that the director has, because the director can sign letters of agreement without the commission ever having any knowledge of it. And that don't mean their intentions are bad, and that's not what I'm saying, but it could be detrimental to us in the long haul as a government. Thank you very much for your time, sir. I'd like to make a motion to receive the information.
Well, before we go any farther with that, he did offer setting up a workshop in May or June. So, Ms. Bonner, if we can task you to get with him and kind of schedule when that would be convenient for everybody to have a workshop surrounding this discussion.
May or June? Okay.
Thanks, sir, for this. And I think there's already a motion on the floor to receive this as information. And with that, I'll call engineering to an end, Mayor Pro Tem.
Is he done with us?
Madam Clerk?
You got an agenda
Yeah.
today.
Are we ready, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to call Finance Committee to order. If my colleagues would agree with me, I'd like to consent item number 1.
So moved.
Second. All right, do we need to vote, Madam Clerk, or we could go along with the majority?
Yes.
Vote. Cast your vote.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 2, please.
Item number 2, discuss process for transitioning urban tax district into county tax district.
Okay, this is requested by Commissioner Garrett.
Yes,
You
sir.
have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this conversation is going to revolve a lot amongst the colleagues here as well as our finance director. So if Ms. Williams could come up, I think we're going to have some back and forth because I have some questions. But really this, as she's making her way up here, this conversation comes to light just because we've been a consolidated government for over 25 years now, but yet we still have 2 distinct tax districts that revolve specifically around the old city limits, which is the urban tax district, and then we have the suburban tax district, which is the old county. And so, I get asked questions about this quite often. Why do we have 2 tax districts?
Madam Finance Director, you have the floor.
To jump in right about now, huh?
Yeah.
Well, your timing
Okay.
was perfect.
It is not unusual, and we are not alone, to be a consolidated government with different taxing districts. I will agree with you 100%. All these details should have been worked out prior to the consolidation bill ever being introduced. They weren't, and so once again, here we are. This situation, circumstances, whatever you want to call it, this method of taxation has been brought up, reviewed on several different occasions. Ms. Bonner can attest to the fact that we have had various and sundry subcommittees. We'll pick this up. We'll start over with it. I believe, Commissioner Mason, you were here, your first stint, you were involved in one of these subcommittees. We move forward for a while. We make some suggestions. We make a tiny bit of progress, I can say. We got the garbage fee out of the calculation in the urban service district. The next item on the agenda to work through this process was to get the streetlight fee out of the urban service tax bill.
Well, and
We
it's
kind of
interesting.
stalled out on that one.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you mentioned those two because, you know, in the suburban areas where most of my colleagues and I, we all live, you know, when these extra fees are added to our tax bills, our millage rate is not back down. But in the urban tax district, when these fees are added, there's a millage rate decrease, correct? Why is that? Why is that the mechanism?
Because the short answer for that is it was paid out of tax collections and it got moved to an identifiable fee. That's the short answer.
Yeah, but the short answer also is in the suburban districts, when it's added, we just pay more. I mean, our tax bill per se as total goes up.
Okay. In the suburban district, originally, you were not provided garbage service. So that was a new service. So there was a new fee associated with the new service. It was not paid for out of former tax collections. So there was no cost.
But that was a fee that was added that the voters did not get the vote on. It was just placed on them. I'm just saying. I remember when the trash service was implemented, none of us had a say.
The commission had a say.
They did,
That was
but
a governing body policy, and that's how the fee did it. I didn't do it. You didn't do it. That's how it was done. It was done by the governing body, and it was placed as a fee onto the tax bill because that was the most efficient and cost-effective way of collecting that fee.
Okay. Madam Director,
Yes,
would
sir.
you have a suggestion or a course of action that we should take to look into correcting this issue or coming to some kind of conclusion?
Yes, sir. I would suggest once again that there be a subcommittee from the interested parties to be formed. I can present all the information. This is a complicated issue. That is one of the reasons it has not.
why is it complicated? Do we not already know what the?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm just asking the question.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I asked for some information of.
I gave you some examples.
Just for
Yes, sir.
comparison. So, you know, clearly stated, we know the assessed values of all the properties in the county. So why is it complicated to take the suburban tax districts, you know, the way that is set up and just place it on the urban?
One of the answers is that you have a tax cap.
Okay.
Moving everything over to one side of the equation involves your sales tax collections.
Okay.
You move all those sales tax collections over onto the county M&O side, you compute the tax credit, then without changing the millage rate 1/1000th of a mil, it'll put you over the tax cap.
But that's part of the conversation while we're going through the process.
It is part of the conversation.
But it's not that complicated. That's what I'm saying.
Sure it is.
It's complicated because we make it
No,
complicated.
sir, it is.
I mean, I'm just saying it's.
Okay. It appears that we
It's
won't
complicated.
come out to no final decision right now. Would you agree to try to schedule a subcommittee to look into the matter
Who's
in
the
detail?
Who's the subcommittee going to be?
Well, we'll figure that out.
Well,
Figure that out. I'm just asking, would you agree to a subcommittee?
only if the subcommittee has a specific time period that we're going to look at this, because otherwise we're going to drag it out like a Baptist subcommittee at church.
Okay.
Now, hold on.
Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Williams, Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
You start out by making mention that we are not the only consolidated government that has these challenges. Do you know of any consolidated government that has resolved it?
Do some research on that. I believe Columbus, Georgia still has multiple taxing districts, and they refer to them as service districts. I think the last time I looked at Athens, Clark, they still had more than one service district, and those are the larger ones. I can get that information for you, and I'll have it ready for you before the next meeting, or I can send it out through Ms. Bonner so everybody has it.
No, if you'd agree to the workshop, that's fine. Just get it to us in advance. I'll just ask that question. My next question would be, my colleague made mention early on in your dialogue there about when the suburban community neighborhoods, suburban area, when it gets an additional fee or tax, we pay additional money. Why is it different in the inner city that it doesn't just increase the tax and you come, but it seems as though you leverage it in some form of way. You decrease the tax liability, and then you bring the fee in. So at the end of the day, you don't really bring in any more money.
So the answer once again is a fee compared to a tax. When you are taking the cost of a service that should be supported by a fee, arguably, let's just go back to garbage, that it doesn't cost any more to pick up garbage from a house valued at $40,000 than it does that garbage from a house valued at $500,000. Arguably, the cost to pick that trash can up is the same in both neighborhoods. Are we agreed so far? But if it is applied as a tax is a millage rate, which takes the value of your house times that millage rate and gives you the cost of something. So the cost, 1 mil at a $40,000 house, is a whole lot less than 1 mil on a $500,000 house. So the aggregate cost and the aggregate revenue collected for the cost of that service in total would be the same. But if you apply it to the individual people that are affected, their individual costs are different if it's a tax. If it's a fee, it's an identifiable line item that is computed for the number of people that are affected by that service, who receive that service, divided up by the total cost of applying that service, so that everybody pays the same thing.
Ms. Donna, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I want to say something. And I could be wrong here, but I'm going to move on to the next question. But I do want to say this here. When my colleague was making mention of something added to suburban, I didn't actually think there was being a tax increase. I thought it may be something different, that way it wouldn't impact that, because you were lowering the fee to absorb the money in the inner city as a result. But that's not. I'm going to leave that alone. But here's my question, and this may be, and this probably going to be, say, Commissioner, that's illegal. And, well, I guess we'll say that ain't nothing new. Or my attorney going to probably, the attorney probably going to tell, is it possible with all of the growth from the apartment complexes and from the new homes that are being built into the city of Augusta, can we begin to, as each one be built moving forward, to say in 23, that you attach a suburban tax fee, a tax to them?
The Urban Service District already pays.
I don't mean this, ma'am, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The Urban Service District pays the countywide millage rate as well.
So why is it different money then?
I'm sorry, come again?
Well, see, we've been trying to fix it. So in essence, what are you trying to fix? All I'm saying is obviously that there's a different tax foundation structure. So I'm saying when houses or apartment complexes are built now, why not use the suburban structure for that? Can we do that in the inner city, or you can't do it? You got to do it by suburban and urban districts. That's my question.
Yes, sir. You can't pick and choose individual parcels within a geographical area and apply different millage rates to them.
Okay.
You cannot do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. You want to? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, at the end of the day, you said it's a very complicated process, very, convoluted it seems, depending on which words you want to use, whether it's taxation, whether it's fees. You ask our constituents, they're all going to say it's all the same money, it's still my tax bill. So, as we're looking at this and looking to establish a subcommittee to look at this, do we need to maybe go outside and find somebody that wants to go through the complicated process with us? Maybe your department's not, on board to tackle this. I mean, is it something where we need to go find somebody that's willing to walk this process through with us?
Perfectly willing to assist in any way that I can. In prior subcommittees, we actually brought in some outside folks to help us navigate this process, and at some point, the commission abandoned it.
Well, I am definitely on board with establishing the subcommittee, and I definitely think that it's something that we need to look at because I think we all see that it is an issue.
It appears that my finance committee is in agreement to establishing a subcommittee. I will get back with the members of the commission. What's the date? Tuesday. By Thursday, with a recommended date and the recommended names of individuals to serve on that subcommittee. Everybody agree?
Agree.
Do we need to vote, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir, that would be nice, just that, get a motion, that's what you all are planning to do.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair would entertain a motion to set up a subcommittee to look at this matter.
So moved.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Cranham.
No,
Mm-mm.
I'm not on the committee.
Ms. Clark.
I just have a comment.
I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's been a long day,
I just have a comment.
Commissioner Williams.
I'm looking at the names on the thing here. I apologize. Madam Commissioner McKnight.
Right.
And who's second? And second by Commissioner from the ninth. Please cast your vote.
From the ninth? Okay, Ms. Scott, okay. Hold on just a moment. For clarity, Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, that they're agreeing to have the subcommittee established with the chairman presenting to the clerk the membership
Yes, ma'am.
of the subcommittee. He will be making the appointments to the subcommittee.
Okay. Were there any other questions? I didn't see any hands.
I just had a comment.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think that this committee should be made up of people that are going to be passed this year because I don't think this is going to get done as quickly as we think it is. So I think we need people that are definitely here for a few more years on the committee because of that. So thank you.
We'll take that under consideration. Okay. Go ahead and cast your vote. Oh, I got a vote.
Thank you.
It's hard to get rid of people.
Mr. Mason, you in?
Yeah.
You want to be in on this?
Sooner or later.
Sooner or later, okay.
Didn't want to be involved with it.
It's unanimous.
That was an avenue to nowhere for almost.
Being that there's no additional business for the Finance Committee, I hereby close Finance Committee. Yes, and I'm opening up Public Safety. If my colleagues for the Public Safety Committee would agree, I would like to consent item number 1, 2, and 3.
So moved.
I have an objection.
You're not on this committee.
There's an objection.
I'm on the committee. I wanna consent 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Please cast your vote.
Are you seconding that, Mr. Chairman, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll
All
second
right.
it. Somebody.
We'll let the chairman take that.
All right, ready?
Go ahead and vote.
It's unanimous with Mr. Clark absent.
Thank you. Being no other business for Public Safety Committee, I hereby close Public Safety. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
Is that it for
Good
the day?
meeting.
Y'all go make this.
Ms. Bonner, you prepared for administrative services?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Are there any additions or deletions?
Commissioner, I would like to request item number 9 be deleted as the documents were not uploaded as scheduled.
He's getting to that. He's gonna address it.
Okay.
when he opens up.
I can put that in the motion.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any more additions or deletions, Ms. Bonner?
No, sir.
All righty. I'd like to consent item number 4, item number 5, and delete item number 9. I'd like to consent item number 7. I'm looking at, I need some clarity on 6. So that's 4, 5, 7, and delete number 9.
10.
And 10, consent the minutes. Can I get a motion? Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Mayor Pro Tem. That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Item number 6, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 6 is a motion to approve Housing and Community Development's request to upgrade the accounting tech position pay grade 10, salary base of $29,798, position control number.
Mr. Welch, exactly. I mean, I read what I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around. Are you deleting the pay grade 10?
Yeah, we're just upgrading the position.
Have you went through,
Yes, sir.
you went through finance, and not through finance, but through HR and everything?
Spoken to HR as well as finance, and they have approved this position for it to be put on today's agenda.
Okay. Motion to approve. I get a motion to approve?
Not number 6, sir.
Trying to get to the simple stuff here. Ms. Bonner, item number 8.
Can I publish this vote, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who are we waiting on? Mr. Franum, are you voting on this? Number 6. It's unanimous. Where we're headed, sir? Mr.
Item number
Son?
8.
Number 8. Item 8 is to receive recommendation from the administrator relative to obtaining the services of an arborist, either through a hired position or a contractual.
Madam Administrator, you up?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Staff compared the cost and the benefits of hiring a staffer who is a certified arborist versus utilizing a licensed contractor to assess our trees. And based upon our findings, I recommend to you today that we continue utilizing our current business model, which is a hybrid of the two. Right now, the engineering department currently contracts with a service provider who has an arborist on site, one who is licensed, as well as we have had staffers on staff who have been certified as arborists in the past. At this current moment, we do not have a licensed arborist on staff. However, we do have a staffer that is going through the process to obtain their license. In the event they do, then that would mean that we would have a staffer on staff that is a licensed arborist. In the event that they are not successful, we can still continue to use the services of our contractor.
Thank you, ma'am. Got a question for you. My question is, have you also talked to planning and zoning? Because as we know, they build the developments and things of that nature. They're the ones we're so adamant about because they're the first line of defense about the trees and how many you need to plant or not plant and what have you. Have you consulted with them in this conversation as well?
Not concerning do we hire an arborist or do we use a contracted service. So no, this conversation was mainly surrounded around the engineering department, who currently has a contractor for right-of-way services, as well as the Parks and Recreation Department.
So once again, give me your recommendation again before I go to my colleagues for the questions.
My recommendation is for us to continue with our current business model, which is a hybrid model in which we do utilize the services of a contractor as well as the services of an employee once they receive their certification. In the event that they do not receive their certification, then we could continue to rely on the services of a contractor. I would like to point out that the services of a contractor in 2021 were only needed for 5 times per year. Each time it was $350 per tree.
Okay, thank you. Okay, whose name is up here? Commissioner McKnight?
Yeah.
No, I was first.
Okay, go ahead, Mayor. Go ahead, Mayor
I don't
Pro
see you
Tem.
in the.
I'm Mayor Hardy Davis.
Oh, go ahead, then,
okay.
Mayor Davis.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Well, go ahead.
I'm voting now to have something done now, since you the mayor.
Is this what, ladies first? Okay.
Go ahead.
I came in at the last part of this conversation, so I might have missed something. Are the people that we're talking about are they certified arborists? Are they certified? I missed the first part of this conversation. I was in the back. But
Sure. So the hybrid model I'm recommending that we move forward with would involve us using our current contractor who has a licensed arborist on staff. And we can contact that individual, that contractor, at any moment in time for them to come out and assess trees that we feel are in question, or for them to give us educational experience surrounding those matters. We have a staffer that is right now going through the process of obtaining their arborist certification. We are hopeful that they will be successful. However, in the event that they are not, then we can continue to utilize those contracted services. We have most recently in the past had a licensed arborist on staff. So the recommendation of utilizing our current business model is a hybrid of the two.
okay.
You satisfied, Commissioner?
Guess that's gonna have to do it for now.
Commissioner Mayor Davis?
She just recommended that we use the services that we already are using, so I'm just making a motion to take it as information.
Second.
I'm the Mayor Pro Tem, Bobby, so I'm in the shoot too. I just want to make sure you understand. I'm in the shoot as well.
Commissioner Frampton, are you in or you out? Okay, Commissioner Bobby Williams?
The better version. Administrator Dowse, one of the concerns that I would have, and maybe you can bring some clarity to this, is that by having or utilizing a contractor or a person on staff, and I think I heard you say there were maybe 4 or 5 instances where it was needed. Well, the question that I would have is if it was the services of an arborist, then that would be more of a full-time position, more proactive versus reactive in my mind. And by having someone on staff, it's almost like a reactive thing. And if I'm wrong in this, please let me know, because we really want, in my opinion, we really need a more proactive person dealing with our trees versus someone telling us something's wrong and now then we're going out. We want someone to help prevent us from having issues. And so how does this play into your recommendation?
So the same contractor that has the licensed arborist is an existing contractor that handles our tree maintenance. They have the right-of-way contract for Augusta. While they are out servicing our trees, they can then make that determination as to if additional expertise is needed, and they have an arborist on staff. So it would be very similar to if our grounds team would be out and about and see that a tree is suffering at some point in time. If additional assistance is needed surrounding that particular tree, then either someone in-house could be solicited for assistance, or someone that is contracted under our current contract could be solicited for assistance. So after speaking with staff, we don't see that there is a full-time need for a licensed arborist.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else? Do we have a motion in a second, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir.
Voting.
Receive as information.
Receive
no, yeah, because we're status quo, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so receive as information.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, item number 3.
Item number 3 is to discuss the blight in affordable housing led by the Augusta Land Bank Authority.
To my colleagues, Mr. Edwards is coming up from the Land Bank, I think Executive Director. I put this on the agenda because, as we know, several times on the agenda, as well as in the back for information purposes, there was a conversation with the Land Bank about them getting involved in doing some rehab, and I really like this statement here that my colleague Commissioner Scott made to me much earlier about affordable houses, because she didn't want to see that have a direct conflict with what HCD is doing, and she said livable houses and things of that nature. So I really like that saying. And so as a result of that, we can see the last presentation, most surely a couple other presentations the previous administrator made to us was about giving them about $1 million over a 2-year time span to get involved in this process. So what I'm going to ask of you all, I'm going to allow Mr. Edwards to make just an opening presentation, and then I'm going to make a move that I'm going to do a workshop so we can have a full-throated conversation around this issue and see exactly where we want to go. So, Mr. Edwards, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon. As Commissioner Hassan stated, we have been in a position to partner with city departments now for well over a year addressing the matter of blight remediation within the county. And we've landed at the same point multiple times of what happens once you tear down the house or once you cut the lot, because we haven't had control of the property to redevelop it. There is a tax foreclosure process that allows the land bank through judicial and rem to take possession of property, but we haven't had the resources if we took possession in order to get that redevelopment done. Conversations with the previous administrator laid out the structure for a funding plan that would allow for us to not only do those acquisitions, but also to move forward in partnership with city departments to do additional demolition, lot maintenance and clearance, and then redevelopment, with a plan of that being for drastically affordable housing units. Because it is rehabilitation at a very low acquisition cost, it put us in a spot where, thinking at least, we would be in a position where we could sell property at a much cheaper rate, because it wouldn't cost as much to rehab an inexpensive home as it is to build a house in current market conditions. So we were asked to put together a presentation for previous Administrator Donnell, which is carried forward to this point now, and we are in a position upon your approval for a workshop to present that detailing that we laid out for him and to talk about this matter to a greater extent.
Thank you, sir. And if there are no questions, I'd like to set up a workshop for May the 24th, and we do a workshop and that Mr. I'm sure. All right, I'll be down. Well, you know, you can tell them, obviously I'm not on the ballot. But then, hold up, now we did go out and work one time. We were on the ballot, right, Ms. Bonner? We came and conducted meeting. So I don't see why y'all can't do it. We've done it before, right, Brown? Wayne Brown, Attorney Brown? But anyway, we won't do that. My colleagues will kill me for that. Yeah, let's go to Wednesday, which would be what, the 25th. No objections?
You got a preferred time, sir?
Give us the best time, Ms. Bonner. 11 o'clock?
That would work.
11 o'clock, May the 25th.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Has all this been discussed with Mr. Welcher, and you've had a meeting with Mr. Welcher already about this as well?
No, sir. So this budget was presented to Administrator Donald specifically. However, the land bank works with not only the housing department, planning department. Mr. Welcher is an advisor on my board. So these motions or these steps have already been addressed by my board.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd feel more comfortable if there was a meeting between those entities before they come and present, because I don't understand why we would have a workshop if those two entities haven't had discussions about this.
Well, I don't mind. We can schedule the workshop, and if they have been talking between, if there's a breakdown of communication or something needs to come back before, but let's schedule it in the meantime. But here's what we understand. From a mass scale, in terms of what the land bank can do, the housing authority can't do it. I'm not sorry, the ACD can't do it. I think that they're very aware of it. I think that's what your land banks are doing across the country. That's what makes them a very unique entity. Most times here, what we've used our land banks here in Augusta, Richmond County, is the whole property and sit there just as they say a land bank. Before we came on the commission, the land bank was actually going, and I'm hoping they're not doing this anymore, so I'm not going to ask the question. I'm just going to show you what gave me heartburn. We were just holding property, and we was actually, and HCD was doing it as well. We were holding property for entities and identifying it as those entities, those nonprofits in particular, those shotos, saying that they own this property, even though they had not paid for the property, and the city wasn't maintaining the property, but the property belonged to somebody else. I don't see how you do that one. And so we was able to stop those kinds of things. So we want to use the land bank to the fullest extent, but I do agree with your commission. I don't have a problem with that. To allow them to talk in between. If there's any breakdown of communication, then we get in and resolve it. But can we go ahead and schedule the date just the same? I don't want to wait that long to schedule the date. And if there's a breakdown of communication,
I think that between now and May 25th, they should have a discussion. Though,
so you're good to go then, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Thank
good
you,
with
sir.
May 25th. So,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Bond, do we need to vote on that, or we just move on?
Let's receive it as information without objection, so we can.
Madam Chairman. Oh, Mr. Chairman.
You go ahead.
April the 25th, will we be here?
This is May 25th.
Oh, I apologize. I'm in April.
Okay, so May 25th.
Yes, sir. We just receive it as information.
April 25th. I showed you.
I didn't see it. Okay. We got that straight, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go with number one, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 1, Ms. Ronick West, regarding Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce updates.
This is your name and addresses, please.
Ronick West, 826 Lake Terrace Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30904.
Kiguana Cherry, 3243 Ramsgate Road, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. Where's the mouse at? I do have a presentation. I was trying to get the presentation. Oh, I think somebody needs to come log in again.
It's all Cake's fault, just for the record.
Great day, Commissioners. I'm here today providing an update on programming at the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce. I first presented to the Commission in September of 2020, again in February of 2021. The Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce mission is to foster economic stability for businesses in the CSRA through advocacy, education, networking, discovery, and strategic partnership. Georgia is currently top states for businesses and added 300,000 new businesses since January of 2021, according to Georgia Virtual Magazine. And according to the latest census, Richmond County has over 16,000 business owners. Programming and support is needed for existing business owners and new business owners that are in the CSRA for economic growth. Since our inception in 2017, we have hosted networking events, ribbon cuttings, held over 300 plus workshops, provided technical assistance, fostered growth for businesses in Augusta and surrounding areas through our efforts. We not only focus on our members, but community at large. The majority of our programming is community facing. This is a continuation of GABC's effort to ensure COVID-19 funds and American Rescue Plan funds are used to impact those on the underserved under the underserved community in Executive Order 13985, signed by President Biden. Also, our continued effort to ensure an innovative, effective, relatable programming is created, activated, and accessible to our business community. In the last 6 months, we have successfully managed the following programs: the Intensive Entrepreneurship Program by Bank of America, Money Smart Program through the FDIC, powered by Fifth Third Bank, and the Aiken Business Coalition Program, powered by the City of Aiken. We have 2 programs consecutively running right now. These programs have had over 100 plus business owners participation in them. Each program succeeded the markers of success rates. Our programs participants range from 1 year in business to 10 plus years in business, as you can see the data before you. For example, our program with Bank of America had only 25 grants available. The business owners requested to still be able to attend the training, and we had over 50 participants. This shows the need for innovative training programming that GABC brings to the table. After this, the program business owners were able to add professionals needed, reorganize their taxes and insurances, acquire business license, which helps to bring tax base to the city, add equipment and employees. The word has spread the results of our programs, and the need in our community is great. Many business owners did not meet the standards set for programming currently being offered from a local to federal level. Our program addresses the missing piece to ensure business owners are prepared to take advantage of opportunities and set business owners up to have the confidence to apply and prepare for traditional programming and relationships. GABC program is truly a step-up program and supports our business owners' needs in a relatable, effective way. Our program always includes training by subject matter experts, professionals that are actively doing the job today. Resources are provided in the form of a grant loan to ensure that business owners can now put into action what they have learned at the end of the program. Support is given via telephone, email, and text. Data tracking and reporting is provided as well, and much more. Through our advocating efforts, we were told about a statement that was made which said technical assistance without resources is frustration. Our programs are truly solving the gap and removing the frustration. Our request today is to fund the program originally requested in September 2020 for $500K. We know this program will be impactful and is needed for our business community. Thank you for your time today.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Ronnie, the chamber's been in existence how many years now?
We are in our 5 year.
5 years?
Yes, sir.
How many loans have you made, and what's the total amount?
We do not do loans. Personally, we always partner with a CDFI or a bank, and we're in the process of administering that program right now. We have done grants.
You've done grants, so you do grants?
Yes, we have had 25 so far.
Okay, what's your total amount?
$75,000.
$75,000, okay.
We're running a $500K program right now at the City of Aiken.
And what does that mean?
That will be a total of grants and loans of $425,000.
Over what time? Do you have a timeline? Do you have to meet that goal?
Well, we're closing out that program now. We're actually in review in the oversight committee. That program's already closed. Those applicants are now in a makeup session of their classes, and then we will be awarding grants at the end of this month or 1st of May.
Okay. What is the criteria that you be looking at when you choose businesses to make grants to?
Well, there's the criteria that we have developed through our programming. So we have a business license requirement. making sure that if it's a municipality that we're working with, ensuring they're doing business within that particular municipality. Also, we have standard things like financial statements, ensuring that they have their state registrations and so forth. I don't have the full list, but we do have a full list. But our program is unique because we help them through those items so that they're able to then gather those items throughout the program.
What is the minimum amount of your grant, and what is the largest amount? I don't mean thus far. What do you intend to? What you're trying to get to?
Yes, the minimum would be anywhere from $1,500 up to $25,000.
Okay, I'm going to my colleagues next. Mayor Davis.
And thank you so much.
Commissioner Bobby Williams. I mean, for the record, I think Ms. Bonner need to have. Ms. Bonner, I apologize.
I think Ms. Bonner caught
hold
on to it.
Hold on, Bobby. Let me get it straight because we had respect for the records. It need to be on who was actually speaking. Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Yes. Ms. West, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're asking us today for what?
To fund a program that we requested back in September 2020 for $500K, so we can administer that to the Augusta business community.
Okay, and you said you give loans, grants to different businesses.
That would be correct. That would be based off of them completing the requirements of the program. The oversight committee is normally made up of our partner bank, also, anybody on the commission board, any other partner organizations we may have throughout the community, and so forth. And then, yes, it will be a combination of loan and grants, unless that municipality decides to do only grants instead of loans.
So if I'm a business person, I come to you, you teach me how to do what? What are you going through with me?
So for our program, we do have some program participants that are in the audience today as well. So if you want to hear from anybody live, you can. But throughout our program, we have up to anywhere from 10 to 12 courses that are all taught by subject matter experts. They're professionals that are doing the job today. So they learn about bookkeeping, tax planning, everything you need to run a business effectively and to grow your businesses. We have business owners that took our classes that actually restructured their insurances and their taxes that have been in business way over 10 years.
So you would use part of this money to acquire teachers, to teach other folks?
To administer the program. Yes, sir.
Okay, to administer the program. I think I'll leave this up to Mr. Commissioner Hassan, but I would like to hear from some of the people that are here today. So,
not at this time. Let me go to let my colleagues speak, and we'll come back to that.
I got you.
Commissioner, if you don't mind, we do have a video that shows our proof of concept that does have some interviews from program participants.
Okay, and one last question. So if we give you $500,000, how would you account to us in some way, shape, form, or fashion that that's what it's being used for?
We provide reporting on all our programs because we not only are wanting to run the program here, but we want to run it through the areas that we support. So we always will provide reporting monthly to our commission. We usually sometimes have weekly meetings with the city. For example, providing reporting on a daily. And then also you can get a reporting of our accounting.
Okay, and is there administrative cost with this?
Yes, we charge the normal rate of 15%.
Of the $500,000?
That would be correct.
And that would go to your organization for salaries and different things like that?
That goes to the program. So it's the staffing of the program. We have a program admin. We have administrators. We have executive assistants. We have fees that come with the program as far as the programs that we use, the equipment, and so forth.
Okay, and my last question, would this just be something for black businesses or white businesses or anybody who comes to you?
All our programs are open to the entire community. Federally, we cannot discriminate.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Mr. Chairman, let us see the video, and then I'll come back with my comments, please.
Let me go to Commissioner Frantham, and I'll come back to that then, if you don't mind. Commissioner Frantham.
Are the grants all given out at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible we could have the grant presentation in this chamber before a meeting?
Of course.
Okay, that would be my request on this, just because I think that we need to show the people who are supporting. That would be awesome. Again, I'm fully supportive of this. It's what we need to do to support the community. So I thank y'all for coming forward.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, we'd like to see the video at this time.
President and co-founder of the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce. Since the pandemic, we have really worked heavily with municipalities, cities, state, federal, and local level to ensure that the dollars that are coming down from COVID-19 pandemic are being utilized best to reach our Black community, especially our business owners, which we know were impacted the heaviest throughout the pandemic. So by Bank of America actually providing us with this grant, it gave us the opportunity to run a training program that included up to 11 courses. We were able to give out $75,000 in grants to entrepreneurs that were new, all the way up to plus 10 years in business.
We recently committed $1.25 billion over the next 5 years to support racial equality and economic opportunity for our communities of color. We selected the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce for this program because they brought forth a very unique opportunity for us to support small businesses by providing them needed training and capital, which we understand to be the biggest barrier that a lot of minority-owned small businesses and entrepreneurs face.
Everyone has raving reviews of the education, the training components. All the experts were excellent. A lot of people are adding insurances into their businesses, CPAs into their businesses, employees, either 1099s or W-2s.
The capacity building program consisted of over 10 module classes that each of the students took over a 4-week course. It is our goal and hope that they will use these grants in a very, very strategic way to really monetize and expand some of their business operations.
And this grant shows, or should show, our community and leadership that there is faith in small businesses as well as the Black Chamber of Commerce.
We need more great programs like this, and that, I've always said that I'm a firm believer in that small business is the engine that drives our economy, not only nationally, but locally.
This has been so impactful for so many small business owners post the pandemic. We definitely suffered a lot from just funding and lack of funding and resources during that time. I'll be relaunching our business in 2022, which I'm so grateful for, through use of this grant.
I would like to thank Bank of America. I would also like to thank the Black Chamber of Commerce for this extensive entrepreneurial program training that you guys just put on. I believe that every small business owner in the city of Augusta, the CSRA, would be a part of something like this. This was the first year, and I pray that it's not the last. And I believe that if the whole city of Augusta got behind it to scale it at the capacity that that it is, then man, we could really change the city of Augusta.
The Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce looks forward to a bright future. Some of our very first initiatives when we formulated the chamber with the co-founders was to become a micro lender, establish a CDFI, ensure that we had training program for entrepreneurs, and that is all happening. We're well on our way for that. We just got approved to run a 500K program with the city of Aiken, and so we're looking forward to working with other municipalities to bring these type of innovative programs that we know really will reach our entrepreneurs and business owners in a way to help them be instrumental within the community. I look forward to working with Bank of America again in the future. The extended partnership that we're doing, we're also looking at a lot of different possibilities to bring even more resources into this area and different unique things we want to stand up. We are one community, one voice. If you want to join the chamber, go to www.mygabc.org and click on membership, and we are the voice of Black business.
So, Mrs. Scott?
If you struggle to...
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to request the $500K from ARP to move forward.
Second.
Got a couple. Come back to you next. I think Bobby. That's Alvin Mason.
Right.
The gentleman with the blessed shirt on, is he marketing those shirts? That's a nice shirt.
I think he was here earlier, but he left out.
That's a very nice shirt he got on. Okay. All right.
Could have asked.
Yep, Commissioner Alvin Mason. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. I'm trying to figure out who's all on the committee. No, it's been a long day. Well, first of all, Ms. West and your group there, I appreciate the services that you provide, and for those that are out in the audience that have had an opportunity to benefit from this program, I think that's a good thing. There's a couple of things. First and foremost, I am in support of it, but I want to make sure that we have the appropriate accountability of these taxpayer funds that are coming. And so the question I'd have for you, I know I think your bank of choice or your agreement is with Bank of America.
We work with Bank of America, Fifth Third Bank, and Security Federal right now.
Oh, okay. So are any of them putting in any funds at all?
That could be a possibility, but not right now.
Okay, because we want that to be a possibility, because as everybody's giving credit to Bank of America, if they're not putting in any money, they're just taking the monies that we and others are giving and seem like they're getting the accolades behind that. Now, that's not a sticking point in terms of my support, but I also want to make sure that the proper credit comes to where it belongs.
It definitely will
Yes.
at the close of the program. So that program was funded by Bank of America, so
Okay.
that's why that was branded that way. But as Commissioner Frantum stated, we would do it in Commission Chambers, and
Very
it would be
good.
backed by the City of Augusta, just like with the City of Aiken. And we also have SRP on as our partners too.
Very good. That's important. I think we have a unique opportunity here to do some great work. The pandemic has wreaked havoc on the business community, and your organization can assist us in helping Augusta, Richmond County, and the greater Augusta area rise. And so I rise in support of your efforts, and I look forward to a great partnership and great results as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think you need a second.
Commissioner Dennis Sweet.
Second.
Well,
I'm gonna come to you, Ms. Downs.
I'll be quick and to the point. I've worked with the chamber for quite a while, and one of the things of having the chamber on hand is that there's a lot of small minority businesses in our community that's afraid to come and work with the city. A lot of times people say the city want to know too much, this, that, and the other. So the Black Chamber has done a very good job in increasing and informing minority businesses throughout our community. So this is a very positive thing we're finally doing for the chamber. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna go to the Madam Administrator next. Number one, for you all who are not familiar with that, our administrator is not just our interim administrator. She also has a banking background. So she can talk to us from two folds in terms of what do we need to do to make this whole, to Commissioner Mason's point, that he will make sure we got the necessary information that we need as a government to make this happen.
Thank you, Commissioner. And in addition to the motion Commissioner Scott just made, I would like the opportunity for my office to ensure that this proposed funding source is eligible under ARP guidelines.
Oh, it is.
It is. We have definitely studied too.
But that's fine. It's contingent on that and whatever information that you think you all may need to look at and have a more in-depth conversation with them. Are there any more comments?
Yes, sir.
Who is that? Oh, you got something you want to say?
I was going to say something. I'm not on the administrative committee. I didn't mean to second that, but the video was so good that I felt like I was up here on part of administrative services. But Ms. Bonner, you got who seconded it? Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure that we are coming back, because I don't want them to come back another 2 years saying the same thing. So I want to make sure we get the information back quickly so we can move forward.
Well, with that position, Commissioner Scott, and Ms. Monique and Mr. Cherry meeting with the administrator and making sure if that information that you all need is not in place by next Tuesday, try to get it in place as soon as possible. There's no reason bringing them back, like she said, but make sure you get them in a timely manner. And so that's important. We want to make sure everything is straight. I think you already. I'm just going to say voting because we got a motion.
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I'm sorry. I
just want to
apologize.
have one question, just for clarification. Ms. West, you did say that the city of Aiken granted you money through ARP as well, is correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Part of the majority of those funds were from the ARP dollars.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Voting, Ms. Bonner. But you can't write a check.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we got one more agenda item. I think it's item number 2. After Ms. Bonner get through posting this.
Item 2, receive as information and offer support for the strategic plan recommendations for the Homeless Task Force and Task Housing and Community Development to move forward with developing recommendation for commission action related to the Homeless Crisis Response System Coordinator's position.
Homeless Task Force. Mr. Welcher, for me today, starts out. Mr. Welcher, last time he was here, I just wanted to make sure, and I'm fishing right now in terms of that these things can happen. Probably, I think we was talking about the $2.9 million or the $3.1 million to do what needs to be done. The last time they was here, they was talking about doing homes as opposed to a shelter at this point. And just want to know, is that eligible based on what you know to start that way?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Yes, sir, it's eligible. I think today, based on the presentation that was given by Homeless Task Force on March 24th, I think the motion reads today, what we're looking for is just your support and approval of the strategic plan that was recommended. And if approved and in support of that, then I think we will move forward to provide you with a cost allocation plan that speaks to the type of housing, it speaks to the locality, it speaks to the total development budget, it speaks to the number of housing units we will be able to provide, it speaks to positions as well. I think that's what we're trying to get to, but I think today, based on what was submitted on or presented on March 24th, is just a strategic plan support and approval of that. If that, we're just looking for approval of the concept. And with that, we can bring back a more robust and defined cost allocation plan and development plan that speaks to those things that you're talking about now.
Then I'm going to go ahead to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I'm like Commissioner McKnight, I'm not on this committee, but I want to request that we add to this item. Director Welcher just mentioned that what we're asking for today is not approval to go build something right now, is to come back with recommendations. But we want those recommendations to come back within 90 to 120 days. We want to put a time limit on when we are able to come back with the allocation plan for those home funds so that we can then move forward. So that I want to add to this motion, and I guess someone would have to do that. I'm not really sure I would do it because I'm not on the committee, but 90 to 120 days.
Motion to approve as Commissioner Johnson just stated, please, and the screen.
Let me, okay, that's your, any comment, Commissioner Frantham? Your name is in there.
No, I was proven, ready to move forward.
Okay, let me say this, let me get back then. When this was last before us, there was two things that we was trying to approve. We was trying to approve the $2.9 million, and we also was approving the person, what position is that you call that person?
It's in the item. It says the Homeless Crisis Response System Coordinator.
Crisis Response System Coordinator.
That's what it was. So now you're saying approve the whole concept. It doesn't guarantee anything. Just bring the whole concept back to us. Is that what you're saying today? Because last time that's what you said. Those two things.
According to the item, Commissioner, it says to move forward with developing recommendations for commission action related to the Homeless Crisis Response System Coordinator position. And so, yes, we're asking to do what the motion says.
Okay, all right. We got a motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
I'll tell you to do your job, I think, but you got a couple places early on where we
Sir.
did put on there, Ms. Bonner, where we did put in there mistakenly when we was joking and referred as Mayor Davis and what have you.
Yes, sir,
So-
we'll take care of that.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to
Yes,
make sure.
we'll take care of that.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make we didn't make a mockery of the process. I can look. I can stand up straight now.
Yeah, we thought it was working. We'll get them to do it.
Meeting adjourned. Y'all gonna leave anyhow. Y'all was gonna wait on me.
Oh, okay. Okay.